invincible. Good morning. Welcome to MightyOxTrading. Happy Wednesday, FOMC day. Hope everyone's had a great night. Ready for a great day? Let's look at the markets overnight. We had this weird gap up at the open last night. And since it's been kind of choppy, the entire range of the day is in that one candle on ES and NQ. High 56.89, low 56.08, so 81 points. NQ 2133, 19,799, so 201, 334 points in range on that one candle. It's just under 20,000 right now. Copper's been falling all night, about 300 ticks in range. Ultra Bond, uh, about 2/3 of a point. Gold, big fall. Looks like about 80 points in range. Crude oil, had a big gap up at the open too. Now about mid-range. It's like about 130 ticks there. Natural gas coming down. And Bitcoin having a good time at 97K. That's where we sit, stand there, whatever body posture you're choosing to take this morning. We have no news this morning besides crude oil inventories. Of course, the big news event is FOMC later in the day. Right now, we're looking kind of sideways. And honestly, I mean, looking at the 3-minute chart, we've been sideways for hours. Although within the 3-minute chart, there's always a little bit of a something. You can see here that would have been okay. That would have been okay. That would have been good. This, but no news on an FOMC Wednesday could mean for a very choppy morning. Dip in here. And quick dip. Down 18 points on this 3-minute candle. Oh crap, I'm logged out of Tradovate. What the hell? Okay. Did I lose internet overnight? It's not even working. What the heck? Okay, now let's just play the game of where might I be connected. And keep continuing to fall here. Aha. Okay. It's still not allowing me to. Oh, okay. Okay, let me get logged into Tradovate on Apex and then go from there. Still falling. Well, kind of trying to level out there. Might have to restart TradingView. Huh. Can't get it to. Chip rate doesn't want to load. Not logged in anywhere else, right? No, 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 no. It. Okay. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to. All right, the screen's gonna go dark for a minute here, guys. I'm on back up. There we go. There we go. Oh, did something cause this dip? Not that I see. Nothing on Financial Juice. That was a pretty quick fall. And we're still falling. We fell about 70 points in 6 minutes. Still falling. There's a pop, blue candle pop. I'm going to try the long there. Could have waited until the 3 minute confirmed. 3 minute was giving me a green candle. Probably should have waited, but we'll see. Give me some oomph up. That's not looking good. Green candle's going away on the 3 minute. Yep, it's now red. It's coming back. Yep, stopped out. Should have got out in the first red candle, and I didn't. Whatever. It's going to try again. And we'll try again. There we go. Now we're getting it. Ah, really? Morning, Crypticon. How are you today? Guess I should have taken profit there. It's definitely not me, Crypt. Morning, Amelia. How are you today? It's fighting me. Looked like it wanted to go up, but coming back on me now. How you doing, JC? I'm hanging in there. Come on. Come on. Okay. Out. Took a small win there. 2.5 points on 5 contracts. Only on evals that don't cost me a lot of money, Crypt. I would never do that on a funded account. It's kind of like a YOLO without actually like just jumping in at some random spot. It's still trading my strategy, but with lots of contracts. Glad I got out where I did too. Totally reversed. I think RJ said he uses AMP. Morning, John. What's different? Just like the platform they use, JC, or what? Hmm. Well, according to let's see, hold on. AMP offers 50 plus trading platforms, including Quantal or MetaTrader, Sierra Chart, CQG Desktop, TradingView, Jigsaw, CQG Mobile, etc. MotoWave, RTrader Pro, Rhythmic. Here, I'm gonna send you this link here, JC. Fortunately, NinjaTrader does not appear to be on the list, which makes sense because that would be NinjaTrader brokerage. Yeah, AMP would determine the margins. There's a pop. Wait. See, I don't know. We have to ask RJ when he comes in. I swear RJ said he was using AMP, but he also uses. I know he uses for his trading platform NinjaTrader. So I don't know. I didn't see NinjaTrader on their list. Ah, I can't get any positive momentum here. Come on, head up. Yeah, I used Thinkorswim a while for when I was doing penny stocks. Never and it had no clue what futures were then. So I mean, I saw them come up. I was like, "What the heck is that stuff with the slash behind it or in front of it?" But I had no clue. $8 round turn. Oh my God, that's a great job, John. They're gonna get stopped out again. Uh, John, I no, I didn't see any news. I was wondering the same. Oh, Weight Watchers filed for bankruptcy. I don't think that caused the drop though. No, I don't see anything caused the drop. They just yeah, I remember. Yeah, I was only using free back then. I tried like every free broker, Robinhood, Thinkorswim, well, TD, Ameritrade, Schwab, whatever it is. Webull, Moo, stopped out. Good morning, Speed Racer. How are you? I heard that Sierra chart says more than a little bit of a learning curve. Like it takes 6 months to a year to get comfortable with it. Just kind of spitting and fighting here. Finally pushes up. You can't hear me, Speed Racer? Can everybody hear me? Hey, Carib. Let's move up here. I think you mentioned Day Trade the World. Wasn't there something you didn't like about them? I thought you mentioned them quite a while back. Hey, 29 Stumps, how you doing? popping up. How much money, John? Yeah, John, I'm confused. You're doing very, very well. What is the gain from these guys? Still rising? Okay, that makes sense. Just make sure that you don't like get in your head that you need to change anything that you're doing because you're doing very, very well. Yeah, I saw that, and then there was a big to do about whether or not you actually get to withdraw those bonuses. Uh, they quickly did damage control on that. Yeah, well, let's see here. So it's actually Brett Simba of Tradify that tweeted it. He found it in the terms that The live performance bonus is a promotional trading credit deposited by Topstep into a live fully. Well, the live bonus is not cash equivalent, cannot be withdrawn directly. They're subject to trading risk and remain at risk as well as part of the live funded account balance. Eligibility for withdrawal is contingent upon meeting all applicable performance targets, payout criteria, trading rules, and other eligibility requirements, so on and so forth. So Michael Patak quickly did damage control and said that it was the lawyers made it all more complicated than it is. Um, uh, and it is withdrawable after a couple of payouts and a couple other things. I don't know. It's one bonus per month, and it's if you make 50K in 1 month, you can still only get a 1K bonus for that month, and then the next month you move up to the next level, etc. So it's not as good as they made it sound. As we continue to rise back up here, trying to regain what it lost during that quick fall McGraw earlier. Yep, claims full transparency, but that transparency only comes out if someone calls them on something. The fact that it was Brett Simba that called them on it, because those two are friends. They've met in person down in Florida. Maybe I shouldn't assume friends, but they seem chummy. It's a great question, John, and I meant to put that up. Thank you. Sidewaysness here. Purple back down. Ah, big drop real quick. Running in under the 9 on the 3 now again. Couple minutes till the top of the hour. Not yet. It's in the process. I'm figuring. I mean, I'm still doing the Apex evals with the 5 contracts, so I'm just kind of sticking with the 30-second for that, and then once I switch back over to funded accounts, I'll go to the 3 minute. Wow, 30 minute. Uh, I couldn't imagine going that high on something as volatile as NQ. That's a 30 minute chart. I don't know. With my system, I don't. There's like 0 entries, and like there, that would be an entry, but I'll need a 142 point stop based on my system. I mean, that one there would have worked, but yeah. Quick drop again. Got down to 908 over here. Just plop down to 911 now. Oop, bounce. Yeah, not moving as fast on those. Struggling here. See where it wants to go. See if it's double bottoming or if we're gonna move back up. We'll have to see, Hassan. Like maybe. I mean, we had that huge pop right at the evening open and been draining down since. Baseball fabric. Excuse me, baseball fabric? Sounds cool. Still falling? Yeah, I'm not a big brown guy. What can brown do for you? So last night I created my own baseball card to use as like a business card or go out with any cards I sell. You see it here on the right side of the screen. This is the front of the card. And the back of the card is a QR code to go right to my YouTube channel. And it has my YouTube URL on the back. And a little bit of information. I ordered 1,000 of them. So if anyone wants one, let me know. Thank you, guys. Bet you a lot of people asked the San Francisco Giants that back in the day. Hey, guys, any thought of trading bonds today? Nope. Ultra bonds are rising up right now, but in a very choppy manner. We're still falling. Broken 19.9. What's that low day? I think it's all the way down to 700. Yeah, 799. We're about 20 minutes from the bell. It's trying to push up. Kind of like me trying to do push-ups. Hey, David, how you doing? Morning, good morning, Ace. Oh, that didn't work. It's trying again. So we'll try again. If at first you get stopped out, try again. And yeah, it's not looking good. Stopped out. Okay, we'll stop trying to go long now. And this is why the 3-minute chart would be better. You can see no indication on the 3-minute that it really wanted to go up. We had that little candle there. Now, do we try it again? Do we try it one more time? Hmm, I mean, we're getting a blue candle on the 3. Try it once more. Come on. Come on. You're almost there. No, don't turn around now. Taking it off the table there because it was hesitating. Got 5.5 points on 5 contracts. Thanks, guys. Morning USC. Sorry, I was muted. It's trying to rise up now. I like this blue candle on the 3 minute. I will say, I think when I go fully to the 3 minute, I'm going to have to not have the 30-second in view. As the 30-second makes me question my choices. It's like now, like right now, I'm like, man, it looks overextended on the 30-second. So the 15-second then, Amelia, is that what you're saying? Taking the long, seeing if this works. It's just not working. Technically, my stop should be all the way down here. That's, I mean, it'll take me out for a drawdown before it gets there. Actually, it's probably not that far down. 890. No, yeah, that's where it's supposed to be. But yeah, quick move right back down. The 1 second chart is insane. You can do 1 second. 1 second chart. Look at all those blue candles. You would have to be a robot that really, you know, get in, or a gamer maybe. Bet you gamers could do well with a very low time frame chart. Met an iceberg trader once. It's a lot of lettuce. Looks like this is not going to go up. Yeah, I plan on putting my hotkeys in on the stream deck. I just haven't gotten around to it. You don't. I mean, I truly believe that one of those, video game players that, you know, that are champions at their game that require those fast button mashings to do those combos and stuff couldn't handle a like a 5 second chart or a 1 second chart, as long as there was no delay in the actual data. Because when looking at TradingView there, it did not seem like it was moving as fast as it should be. And you can go down to 1 second on NinjaTrader too, and that looks insane. So I bet you, I'd love to see a gamer just tell them, take the blues here, take the purples here, and see what a gamer could do. Meanwhile, I'm going to need to get out of this trade before the bell, unless I just let it ride. It is an eval. It's going to stop me out here at some point. Platt, his Discord name is Bean Trader. Oh, I know you. This is gonna stop me out at the bell. Probably blow right through it. I'm surprised it actually hasn't killed my this eval yet. Good morning, RJ. Yeah. Yep, there it went. Morning, Tio. RJ, you said you use AMP, right? That's your broker. Okay, yeah. JC just got an AMP account, and John's thinking about getting one. So they may have some questions if they stick around for your hour. I can't do tick charts on TradingView, but you could go down to a one tick chart too. That would be crazy. And we're coming down. Yeah, YTO. By the way, I didn't reactivate them, but we got Apex at 80% off and Bolinox at 83% off. Oh, didn't want to go down further here. Now it does. Gonna jump out. Struggling there. Was a win. Can't tell how much. It's at 5 points, 5.5. It's dancing. And then pop till it drops. Which usually if I take a long, it drops. So we're right on the midpoint right now. Yep. And I should have stayed out. Let's try it again. I'm now on a funded account on micros. It's a bottom screen. Wow, really? Yeah, that's right. Pop back up for me. There we go. There we go. That's what I want to see. Boom. Yeah, boom shakalaka. Out there. So 4 micros on a funded account. We got 18 points, 18 and a quarter. It was like 100 and some odd dollar gain. Thank you, Ace. Hey, MR, how you doing? Thanks, guys. Wow. Thank you all. Appreciate it. Could have obviously stayed in for much more. Rising up. So still going. After, I would say. It's got a long climb. Seems like it still wants. No, maybe not. Comes back down. Choppy. It's sitting here trying to figure out where it wants to go. Pulls back. Mm, yeah, I don't see anything either. That was a whoosh. Whoosh pop. Now available in 3 flavors. Done for the day in a good way, John? Good. And that came right back down after hitting the 9. It came down, stopped out, and went back up. You got this, Tio. You got it. Nice rise. I love how you rise up. Have a great day, JC. Nice little pop here. So it came up, rattled around, and finally went. Oh yeah, thank you. I need to I need to change a lot of that banner now that I think about it. Go for it, John. Okay, new banner has been uploaded. $3K on a 50K account. How much are you thinking of taking, John? I mean, yeah, there's the thought of paying yourself when you can, or I mean, uh, but also, are you comfortable with the drawdown that you'll have left? So I mean, me personally, yeah, me personally, I would want the extra 1K in there. But Amelia makes good points as well. It's really where you feel comfortable, John. Sage is reporting that Top Step's opening a brokerage. Yep. I mean, I agree, but if he's right, that's big news. No, that's not the big news he was talking about months ago. We're sideways again. We're an hour away from rolling the markers of the RJ wheel. uh, what did I do? Well, the person you should really be mad at, Hassan, is Matt Leach. He's the one that hired him, brought him into this, and started giving him power in the future space. Another pop. We're trying to figure out where we're going. I don't know where we're going. Sage. You don't know Sage. Ace. I don't think he's ever come in here. Ah, possible. FOMC days tend to be choppy. Trivia time, RJ? We're sideways. Trying to figure out where it wants to go. Hey, JJR, good to see you. Good job getting back to green. Trying to pop up. I don't like this price section. I did. I did. I said I did. I thought after, just because we have so far to go. This has been ugly for the last 30 minutes or so. Yeah, this is ick. Ick, I say, ick. Took the short and out. Uh, 4 points. And with that pop, so I'm glad I got out where I did. Oh yeah, oil inventory's in 5. Nice pop up. Yeah, we are getting close. We have no Eric and no Dan today. There's a nice little pop. So I'm getting a delivery of the newest Tops product today. So watch for those videos. Well, that first video tomorrow of the Bowman release. Yep, we'll see what Crude does. John, I mean, the thing is, they're all made by Tops. Well, Tops and Panini, but Panini doesn't have the MLB license, so they can't have any actual team names or logos. So everything I do is Tops. The Heritage, everything's from Tops. They just put out 12 sets a year. Upper Deck doesn't do baseball anymore. I'm not even sure what Upper Deck does. I guess hockey. Uh, only person the hello Admirals. Yeah, I noticed that all coins are not following Bitcoin right now. Welcome to the stream. Um, Fanatics slash Tops, because Fanatics owns Tops now, has the MLB license for at least the next 15 years. And unless something happens of some sort of antitrust suit or something like that, no other card company is going to have baseball. Yeah, hockey's the one Tops does not have. So I think Upper Deck's still doing hockey. But yeah, baseball and now Tops also has the NFL and the NBA license. That's NBA starts this fall, NFL starts at the end of the football season next year. So Tops pretty much has the market corner, and they put out 12 sets a year. So you have flagship, you have heritage, you have archives, you have update, you have Allen and Ginter, you have Bowman, you have Chrome. They put it, there's like one set every month. Um, Not enough growth hormone, Hassan? I don't know. It's a good question. I should be wrong. I hate the fact that there's no competition in the market anymore. I loved when I was a kid when we had Tops, Fleer, and Donruss, and then Upper Deck and Score came along. Yeah, unfortunately, the problem is then everything's, then we ended up with 10 different manufacturers in the 90s, and that caused, a problem, the junk wax era and all that. But, yeah, the other companies made tops get better. The thing is, Topps' quality control still isn't great. There's a lot of uncentered cards. I don't know how that happens in this day and age. Anyway, welcome to the stream, Admiral. Sorry we were talking baseball cards there. You a big crypto altcoin guy? Uh, RJ, Panini has them for now, but Topps is getting that license at the end of this next football season. So Topps is going to have the exclusive license for baseball, football, basketball, the WWE. Plus, for non-sports cards, they now have SpongeBob, Marvel, Star Wars, Disney, Pixar. Yeah, I have Admirals. I have some altcoins. I have my biggest positions in SHIB, but I got to like my portfolio is about two grand in altcoins. Not a lot, but not nothing either. Trying to work its way down here. It's kind of choppy. And there it's Poppy. Nice, Hassan. Great job. He's on fire. Over just about 20 minutes away from rolling the markets with RJ Wheel. It's coming down. I mean, I think it's possible, JJR. Unfortunately, you know, FOMC days are known to be choppy. Yes, it is. Dead, dead, dead. So where are we at, guys? Red, green, or somewhere in between? Excellent, Tia. It's not bad. All right, USC. Excellent, John. That's nice there, guys. You can call it even between the two of you. Accolade trading. Yeah, we're getting to move down. Nice move down there. Oh man, you got this, Tio. Keep a Keep your head about you. Go down to a micro or two. Quite the quick fall here. U.S. Treasury Secretary Bissett talks with China on Saturday, a beginning for talks, not advanced discussions. Treasury market was well functioning in the April turmoil. We and the Fed have a very large toolkit for treasuries. Hassan, now I think the answer to your question is definitely after FOMC. Still falling. Just an absolute dead drop here. Look at it go. Oh, wow. Look at it now. Low a day is 7.99. Keep that in mind. We want to bounce back up. The answer seems to be no. And now it's drying. RJ Wheel, whenever you're ready. Good morning, Mr. RJ Wheel.
Morning.
How are you?
How are you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Pretty slow. That was a big come down just now, but how would you get it? Like how would you
Right.
know?
Yeah.
I was looking a little top heavy, but I think it's coming back up. I don't know. Well, YM's a bit stronger than NQ right now. I don't know. I'm gonna say I don't know probably about 15 times this hour. I don't think the rates are going to change, but they seem to be hedging their bets just in case because it's really slow. Last few Fed days, I haven't found the mornings to be as slow as they sometimes used to be, but this is back to the way
Yeah.
they were like last year, or last few months. I haven't found them to be that bad. Anyway, I guess how'd you do? I was 3 wins and a loss. Was I 3 wins or 4 wins? Wait for it. 3 and a loss. Small
Uh,
loss, half a stop out.
I'm down for the day, but that's okay.
Bad day. Oh, Ace Trades checking in.
And I will now hand it off to you. It is time for Rowing the Markets with RJ Wheel. RJ, take it away.
Well, everyone, hi. It's going to be I don't know what we'll talk about this hour. I might be talking to myself. If you guys know what you're doing, you'll be out doing other stuff. Oh, Greg Trades. Thank God for him. He'll come in with some interesting stuff we can talk about. Let's do the let's go to the NQ first, then we'll spend some time on Greg's numbers. So the NQ today took off the open, got all the way back up to a level. It didn't quite. I would have had it come all the way back up to the 988 level, which was a level yesterday that Eric Curtis was talking about. Just there's a bunch of congestion in the going into 20,000 there. So in the 980s, 990s would be a rough go, but it didn't quite make it. Didn't got to 77, not 80, and then it just, as we saw, witnessed just now, the NQ fell all the way down, and it overnight low on NQ is 797, and it's almost hit it. So it hit 806. I think it's probably going to take another wave down and go through overnight low. Next stop on NQ, if you are short, 737 would be pre-day low. And actually, there's nothing to the left that stops it from going there. So if it breaks through overnight low, turns it into resistance, you'll probably get a touch of 737. Right now, we can't canvas for longs, so we'll just concentrate on NQ hitting 797 and then going down to 737. The open area, otherwise it could turn here and go back up to the open. 19,882 would be an area. Okay, the YM. We'll talk about stuff. I traded the YM all morning, of course. I got a long. What were my times? I got a long off the open, a minute or two off the open. I thought it was juicy. I took it. It had a blowback on it, so I tightened up and only got a piece, but then I loaded up again and got another one, and that was a better run for me. Oh. And then third trade was just before 10 the news hour, 10 a.m. I got got a third trade, and I took a loss during this schlop. I thought I was going to take off again, even though it was so slow. That was not a good strategy. It was so slow. I should have thought, like, well, how am I going to fight a stop? Because if it comes back down slow like that, you don't have any reason to go. You're going to take a full stop out because you're just there's no fighting it. So I shouldn't have gone in. The profit level that I was looking for was a 1-to-1 on risk reward, I think, on that one. So it was not a good trade. So anyway, I paid for it. I only took half a loss, so I clipped it for 10 ticks. My stops usually 20 or 40, depending on the type of day it is. In this case, it would have been 20, but I saw my reasoning was wrong, and I clipped it for 10. Anyway, so I took $100 off my win total of the day with the 3 wins before that. So let's look at Greg. He puts in some good numbers. He's got a point of control right on top of 41,000. Let me have a look at that. I think I agree with that. I wrote in this morning that the number that I worked with off a midpoint was 41,062. And my point of control is way higher, Greg. I got a point of control number at 163. I don't know really. I found my point of control settings that create that might be off, because I do find often although today, look what it did. I actually just realized something. I put my point of control, which is a software thing, not something I do manually or anything, was 162. I said, and it hit its head pretty hard on that. It went up as high as 177 and turned off of this area. And it was trading at 160. So that point of control is actually pretty accurate today. I should note that. So Greg says 41,000 for that, and he's got 955 as a value area low, and we haven't got down there yet. We got down as low as 0.21. Overnight low is 814. But Greg thinks if it gets down to 955, and I'm looking at around there. I think he's going to have a tough time getting through 41,000 unless there's some kind of market short pressure. I don't know if we'll get as far. I would peg my value area for that would be above 41,000, as long as it stays above. He's got a control at 41,000, but I think 40 around the 40, just above there, like 41.20, 41.020. But anyway, we're close. We're close. And he's sold from 156, and he's targeting 960, the value zone that he just talked about, 955. So he shorted from 160, which was brilliant, because that's where she tipped over. I just talked about that, how 160 was point of control for me. And I should have really shorted there. I don't know why. If I was going to gamble trade, now I'm not talking about Greg's trade gamble. He had his own reasons. For me, I saw slowness and no reason to trade. And I don't know why I took a long there. I think that could be classified as a boredom trade. We all suffer from those. Let's talk about that for a second. You know, you sit there for 20 minutes. You got to be cognizant that you might just take a trade just for the sake of trading, which is kind of what I did there. I talked myself into that trade. Like I hadn't taken. Let's look at my timesheet. My last trade was at 956, and I took that loss trade at 10:30. Another thing I realized, 10:30 is time for reversal. We were going up all morning, so that was another reason I shouldn't have been so bullish. I really did. I'm lucky I got out of there without any small loss. Yeah, so boredom trades are something we should watch about. Uh-oh. Ox is on the video. Well, I said this would be a boring hour, and now it's not. I am taking the entire stream to the zoo. We've got a... oh, he's gone. We had one. We had an ox in its natural habitat there that I was going to discuss. I didn't notice that. That's a good one, Amelia. Oh, there you go. Greg's got 154, so we were pretty close. I have to start paying to that point of control thing, because I often find it's off. I'm going to check that with you every once in a while. That's good. So you've got two different softwares with two different methods. That's cool. Okay, so that's good. I'm glad. I feel my that 162 was quite a good one. Yeah, I wish you had stayed, because this is going to be a pretty boring hour, and We could have we could have had the natural habitat. Would have been funny if Fox was start doing his baseball card testing or eating or even yelling, maybe talking to someone on the phone and yelling at them. That would have been fun. That was weird. Good spotter, Amelia. USC's here still. Poofy's gone. I thought maybe USC was going to leave. I'm glad she's still typing in. T.O. always count on him. Livestock didn't show up today. My apologies if I didn't get here just before the stream opened, so I don't know if he was here earlier, but we haven't seen a livestock yet today, other than the one that was on our screen a minute ago. Platt was here. Do the Platt minute and look at some other markets. See what the oil did with the thingamabob, the news. Where's the oil chart? I've been having problems with oil. I was able to do oil. Oh, I don't have it on this computer. For some reason, oil chart will not work on my trading computer, but it works on my laptop. Go figure. I should probably try it again. Maybe it now works, but we won't load it. Oh, you know what? It's so boring today. Let's load a chart. If it doesn't work, I have an excuse to quit. Minute chart. I'm going to set up an oil chart. What were you guys talking about this morning? Can someone type in, what was the talk about doing 1 minute or 1 second charts? Who is doing that? I came in at the end of that. I was like, what? Who's? Okay, oil. Yeah, my oil chart's working again. That's good on this trading computer. And not a lot of back and forth. Trading under 60, under $59. Not really worth looking at. Anyway, the Platt minute. Let's go over and look at the bounds. RTY underperforming lately, by the way. Not as big moves on the RTY this week, I noticed. ES did the same thing as NQ. Where's Platt? UB. It's crazy. Seem to have lost my UB chart. I got a small one. I'll look at the small one. So UB actually, yeah, very exciting today. A big long. You got to be. Did you make any trades today, Platt? If you're still here, that's quite the action there. Okay, so you missed it blowing through the overnight high. Yeah, look at it. Quite awesome. So my prediction on that is just grab it by the ears and hold on, I guess. There's not much else to say about it. It's quite a move by UB this morning. Started around 8:30 Eastern, and you could have gone in at 18:28, 26, 29, and it presently is 19:15, so it was a full. Yeah, it looks like very. Yeah, I got very. It's very, very small volume there. I can tell that. Anyway, we'll go back to our charts, our NQ and our YM, and see what we can make out. Let's get back to our charts. Oops. Oh, I see what happened to my UB chart. Let's look at before we leave. Let's go to gold. Gold very flat today. Wow, very uninteresting. Guess they're really waiting to see what happens. Gold boring, flat. Back to Platt minute. I didn't finish it. The 10-year. Very low volume and no movement. Nothing to talk about. Soybeans. Livestock made a big move yesterday, shorting them apparently. I don't know. Can't really comment on soybeans today. Multibond though, wow, it just went right through that overnight high. Set it up and pulled back to it set it up as support. That's a great trade when it pulls back to overnight high, after it's recostumed it as support. That's always cool. Recostumed it. I just made that phrase up on the fly. I've never said that before in my entire life. I'm gonna use that from now on. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. That's that was my call. I didn't think it would. I thought the 20s was going to be a problem for the YM, and it didn't quite. It got down as low as 28 on 26 on my chart, maybe 25. So 26, and I thought no, it's coming back down through now. YM is currently shorting again to try to take another run. And what do you want? You want 49.61? Yeah, got to get through 41,000. I got 41,020 was my line in the sand there to prevent it. But of course, if it gets down to less than 20 ticks from a triple figure, they pretty much want to touch that though. A lot of goofies put their orders in on the 000, and I'm sure the market makers know that that's probably all a bunch of rookies, so they go down there and screw with them. Yeah. So we got 14 more minutes to the London close. I'm not sure if that's going to produce a flurry today. I think we're going to get even more boring. Is anyone going to type something in the room, somebody, about what they want to talk about? You told Mott to switch to 1 second. I think there's people at a big figure salary-wise, because he blew through a lot of accounts. I'll never forget one time he held an ES. He got in the S&P. He put on like a max. I don't know. He put on like 10 contracts. Didn't know what he was doing, and he held it overnight. And during the night, it crashed. He was long, and he was down like 75 grand. That's the first time we ever heard a grow man actually cry in a trade room. I don't mean to make light of the guy, but he was obnoxious. He thought he was a great trader, and he would tell everyone about how to. He was constantly telling you how to trade, and then he would blow an account, and then he would ask you for advice, which he would then not take, and he would go back to his old habits repeatedly. I don't know what the final count on that. He was down like 77,000. I rounded off. I don't remember what he ended up losing on that. He came back on. I don't know. He must have been made of a lot. He had a lot of money. He had a big account, and he just pissed it away constantly. I might be exaggerating with this. 75 seems high. He have $75,000 in an account. It was a huge number. Trust me, it was like maybe it was 37,000 in one day. I don't remember. It was a huge number. He wasn't trading. He wasn't funding an account with just 5 bills. Yeah, I can't remember. I remember it was a huge number though. He just contacted me out of the blue. I hadn't talked to that guy in several years. Out of the blue, he contacted me just maybe a month ago. Asked me, can you go over your method again? So I typed in a quick thing about the YM, the overnight, blah 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 blah. 2 days later, he's typing away to me about 30-second charts, and I've known that guy now for, I think I've known that guy since 2012 maybe. Still knocking his head against the wall. What else can we talk about? Oh, and Mark, great question. My golf handicap right now is probably about a 15. I'm in a league that's only a 9-holer, and I'm presently at 5, which would represent a 10 handicap, but they don't use traditional handicap scoring. I'm not sure how they do it, but mine is exceptionally low, 5. I should not be at 10, although the golf course is, other than a couple of holes, it's pretty easy, so I do score well there. I usually shoot like, I'm always fighting to break 40 there on the 9-hole event if I'm on my game. Anyway, you know, got a couple of crazy holes though. God. Yeah, this guy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how. I don't know how people. You know, if you're making, I don't know what that guy makes. You know, he sounds like maybe, let's say he makes 400 grand a year or some crazy thing. He works for some high tech company. Seems to shop around. You've moved from company to company on contract deals too. So who knows how much. So you know, if you got making lots of money, but he had a wife and kids. So, and a mother-in-law, a sick mother-in-law, because he was always talking about having to pay for her medical bill. So I don't know. I don't know. If you got a lot of money, I guess you can throw it away. Emma, are you a golfer? Good question to ask me for my handicap. What's your handicap, if you don't mind putting it in the room? We don't have too many golfers in here. John DeFore's a golfer. Not too many people go. Don't hear very many people type in, I'm done for the day, I'm going golfing. John DeFore, maybe myself, are about the only guys who ever do that. I used to golf 4 or 5 times a week. Now I golf 9 holes on Thursday, the odd 18 every other week. Don't golf on weekends anymore. Used to golf all weekend. I've told that story probably in here before. I grew up on a golf course. I thought my ashes would be spread on the 18th hole, but they're going to end up in someone's living room now because they mowed the golf course down for some houses. And story I like to tell that indicates everything about my selfishness. The day the bulldozers came in to take down the course, I was crying in the parking lot, and someone said to me, boy, you're taking it hard. Like, of course I am. I spent the best years of my children's lives here. I used to golf a lot. I worked hard, so I played hard. I was golfing on, but kids were, I should have spent more time with my kids on the weekend. I put a swimming pool in the backyard. I thought that was enough. Well, I did come home from the golf course and make sure every afternoon I was in the pool with them. So I'm kind of kidding about the whole not spending, but I would get up every morning. And I'm burned out. I can't golf anymore. I just keep my game, play once or this 9-hole thing to keep myself in the game, and then I play the odd 18 when friends call. Yeah, I'm like a bogey golfer now. I estimate 15. My handicap, a true handicap, I kept an accurate one, would probably be 17, 18, a true bogey. Kids are still talking to me, but like every time we get together, I try to get scarce when the 4th glass of Pinot Grigio is being consumed, because that's when they gang up on me. Oh, Dad, you did this, you did that. No, we were pretty close. I talk to them every single day. They're my best friends. So, something worked out. Oh, and fishing. That's your thing, MR? You're a fisherman? I don't fish that much. The odd time. We got good fishing in Ontario. Great fishing here. Great. We got a lot of lakes. Ontario's covered in fresh water. Where I'm living on the largest freshwater beach in the world. The fishing here is not too good. It's very sandy. We don't have any. It's not a boggy bottom. So there's fishing here though. We got a few small little lakes, inland lakes. So there's the guys who do fish are always out. Well, this YM trade lawn. Now, we talked about this yesterday. I'm going to talk about it again today because today's a perfect example. I think I said, we'll go over it again. The midpoint You take an index, or you can do it with other stuff too, but an index, you take the opening at 9:30 and the close at 4 o'clock. That's all, nothing else. And you take the midpoint of the high and low of that. You draw a line. The next day, it will be a lot of, you quite often will get hit. And the best days are when it's not been left behind. If that midpoint is between the overnight low and the overnight high during the night, so the next morning when the market opens up at 9:30, then that's the midpoint. Then that'll, if it's some, it doesn't have to be in the middle of, but somewhere in the middle. Like not, it's not like 20 ticks from the overnight high or 20 ticks from the overnight low. It's like, if you've got a range of, like we do today, we've got a range of about 500. Looking at the YM, 500. We'll go over the NQ. Oh, the NQ is different, but we got a 500 tick range, and it just happens to be about 200, not quite 250, but say it's right almost smack dab in the middle. So they'll just play on it. And if you look at that number today on the YM, the number is. I'm really giving you secret sauce here. I'm telling you, this is a big thing for me. It's like an altimeter on in a plane. It tells you where you are, up or down on the horizon. 41,061. Not the 161 that we talked about with point of control. This is a different number. It's 41,061. And you look how many times that got hit. And when we're talking about hit, it came down through it. We'll go back and look on a small chart. I mean, you just go and make your own chart and look at that and put a line on 41,061 and then look what it did. Right on it opened on pretty much on that line. It came down to hit that line once, twice, 3 times. And then here, right before my stream started, went through it 4, came back up to it 5, through it 6, through it 7, and then just landed on 8 and just launched off that 8th touch. Just launched along. So if it's above that midpoint, we'll call it that line, it's heading towards overnight high, and you can start taking longs. If it's below that, then you start looking at shorts for going back down to the overnight low. It's like you just divided the range between overnight low and overnight high into 3. You've got 3 sections. You've got not 3. You've got below overnight low, and then in between is the second section, and the third section is above overnight high. But then within that, you cut that in half, and you've got below this midpoint is a track to overnight low, and above this midpoint is a track to overnight high. I hope I'm not too confusing. I can tell you right now, guys, Greg, I'm gonna. I hate when I start I get boasty or eat my ego, right? I don't really, but sometimes you just can't help to try to explain something, and I want to give you guys something great. Like, this is a really big number, and if you think about it, we're all in here trying to trade, and we all agree Greg is one of our better traders, I think. And he takes, he's doing some big long holds and all that kind of stuff. And look at what he's telling me. Like, I think I can learn a lot from Greg. And look what Greg just typed. So you guys should keep that number. You should not. I think you should start your day with that. I'll tell you where that came from. An old trader that traded in Chicago told me that. He was a floor trader in Chicago. And he told me they used that. And that was he told me that I don't know how many years ago, a dozen years ago when I met him. And he said, do that every day. It's a big number, guys. Well, I haven't had a hot tub story. The hot tub stories that was a lot of fun back in April. Nothing's going on these days right now, but maybe I'll have some tiki bar stories coming up. He told me that. The bond trader told me that, Platt. The midpoint. the midpoint of the previous day, live action, not the overnight stuff. When the market, what the Chicago Board of Trade says is the actual open for whether it be pork belly, whatever, sugar, soybeans, Russell, NQ, 30-year, 10-year, UB. Look, YM is working its way up. It's going to get back up into that 60 level, maybe hit the 50s. The 160, the 154, and the 162 that Greg and I are talking about on YM. Exactly, Greg. And the thing of it is, these guys can talk about their algos and their software and their fancy oscillators and their VWAP, and I'm not picking on any of those. I'm just saying there's this and that and all the new stuff that comes out, order flow and fractals and what's it called? What's that thing called? Market profile. These old traders have these old basic tricks, like all these fancy names for all the different candles. They probably got one or two. They probably didn't call it the hangman or the doji and all that other whatever those guys call those things. Sounds like a yoga class. They got one or two patterns. I showed you a while ago mine. If you look at Ox's chart right now, let me see. So if you look at Ox's chart right now at the top one, the two red bars coming down, that's a stack. I call that a 2-bar stack. That is what I use that, and it has to control that. So let me look at what NQ looks like right now. I don't have my NQ chart. What's going on NQ? Because that's an NQ chart. Yeah, see, because YM's way different. YM's actually exciting right now and broken out. I need that 2-bar controls thing. So right now I'd still be thinking short. If you guys see it, the top chart, it's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. About 14 candles back, and you see those two red bars stacked on each other. I call that a 2-bar stack, and that controls the market right now. You have to the bullishness has to take out those 2 bars, and then a pullback into that area, and then you take off for long. Okay, Platt. Drive safe. I hope the doctor gives you good news. Tells you you're a fine-tuned specimen. What time are we at? 28 minutes for me to kill. But actually, we've got a lot of action going on right here now. We should have, we were so bored and talking about things that would have been it's just hard to get motivated to trade when the volume's low and the time's bad. Well, Greg, I've talked about this many times. I'll repeat it again for everyone. I started my journey of serious trading to try to become a trader with this fancy software, and those guys were trading 110 tick chart. No talk about anything bigger. They had a 1760 chart they referred to sometimes. Actually, they had a 4,000 tick. They were all tick charts. But the 110 was the action. And I learned a lot of bad habits from those guys. God, I learned a lot of bad habits. And I couldn't figure it out. I was in this trade laboratory for the software thing. There's about 30, 40, 50 of us, and there's 20, 30 regulars, and then 10 or 20 guys graduated, left, or new buyers of the software came in. So there was always week to week there was 10 to 20 new names, but there was 30, and out of those 30 regulars, there was a few really solid traders. I wouldn't put it past gurus to put a couple of shills in, right, that are somehow are front running the market and posting. But I was watching for that. And these guys, I would look at the timestamp on their pictures. They would show up their chart. Anyway, it looked all perfect. It looked good. Whether they recreate, I don't know what they were doing as far as. I don't trust any of these gurus they play with your mind. But some guys went in there and they would just make perfect trades after day after day after day, and I would get frustrated. But I realize now, of course, they weren't using the info that was provided by the software guy. They'd learned stuff there and taught themselves with all the, or maybe just were experienced already and just thought the software was really cool to play with. But there's so much to trading that you have to know that you can't just teach from a guru. A guru can't just teach you with his little binder book with his software. You have to know so much more than just whatever. When these gurus got some method, you got to know the mechanics. You got to know all the other. You got to know the big picture. I don't doubt that, Greg. I find, a lot of people, Forex is back in 10, 15, 20 years ago, it was all Forex, 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 Forex. And futures has really taken on, really got popular now. And, but I find guys who are successful or girls, people that were successful at Forex trading, or really did a lot of work in Forex, they make good futures traders because they do the extra thinking about like swings, and they take a big picture look. So I find a lot of good people are a lot of Forex traders make good futures traders. Yeah, right. Right. It's amazing what some of these guys do that we're teaching, even to this day, Amelia. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't know. I'd like to get more I sometimes I think about putting a bigger, going bigger, trading bigger contracts, or just trade the contracts, but try to go for longer trades. I've gotten this mindset of these, just trying to, a time grabbing a runner and holding on to it. Of course, I love getting a runner, but mostly I'm just banging out. We talked about yesterday. I used a baseball analogy: singles hitters as opposed to home runs. I don't mind if I just hit 3 bunts and a single. If I get to first base like I did today, I had 3 wins, and I struck out, and the strikeout was hard fought, full count. I only lost 10 ticks. Just to make them. I just want to make a nut every day, make some money. I think I'd be. I often wonder. Like, I'm older now. I often wonder, was my youth holding me back for other reasons? I was I was had a Type A personality. I was very aggressive, very Type A, alpha male um, attitude, and a bad temper. So I wasn't good set up for trading when I was a younger man, and I don't know if I could take this. I could take this mature head I got now. I don't, it's not that mature, so, but you know what I mean. If I took this head I have now and put it in my younger body, which with more stamina and more focus, I was easier. I could focus a lot easier back then. That was one thing I would say I had a talent back then, was to be able to be disciplined with of single-mindedness. I don't have that now. I had a bad temper. Well, I think I made a joke earlier about my kids. If they get 4 Pinots in them, I'm I'm looking for a couch to pretend I'm asleep on or something, because yeah, bad temper is one of the things they remember. Young, stupid. Who knows where that comes from? I don't have a bad temper now. Actually, we had a big dinner party. We got nothing to talk about, so I'll just yammer on. Yeah, I had a big, well, it was my birthday like a week or two ago, and we had a big dinner party. Everyone was here, and I decided to make dinner, and I'm not that great a cook, but I made Tuscan chicken, which isn't actually a good meal to make for 10 people, but so be it. And got to the end, but and I fumbled the vegetables, and my oven grilled them with special Parmesan and other stuff on, made them sizzly, and he spilled the plate. Half of them were on the floor, and I stayed calm. One fellow, my neighbor that was invited to the dinner, ran over and helped me. We, we got the 5 second rule, and but both my daughters commented later, like when we saw those veggies going on the floor, we both gasped because it took us back to our childhood. What you would have done. I'm not proud of it. But if you don't acknowledge it, then you don't learn. That's one of the reasons that keeps me in check now, and it make me have a calm demeanor. Would be to acknowledge it, and you learn from it. Anyway, enough about little personal stuff here. Oh yeah, no, I'm not. I don't have that kind of thing going on anymore. Life's too short. Because yeah, it's the thing. You get older, life's too short, and you're going to take. And you also get used to the fact you're going to take lumps. Things aren't going to work. So no, it was not. They saw me getting mad. Don't think I was abusive or anything like that. Like, you ever heard that Alec Baldwin phone call to his daughter? I just heard it the other day. Someone was commenting about something. Alec Baldwin, just him and his crazy wife, just did something. Oh, look at this YM trade move. Did something crazy the other day. So they were going back over all the Alec Baldwin faux pas over the years, and they played that tape of him just leaving a voicemail for his 11-year-old, just screaming at her, calling her a piggy, you little piggy. Good God, it was awful. Oh no, my kids don't have any memories of that. They know about this stream. I wonder if it'd be terrible if one of them was listening one day. They say sometimes they come on and listen in silence for a couple of minutes just to make sure what I'm doing in here. It'd be funny if one of them was listening right now and typed in. Actually, even worse if they said, no, he was abusive. That would be awful. No, they wouldn't say that. Unless she's had 4 Pinots at work today. I'm joking. It was never abusive. Love my daughters. Okay, enough therapy. Look at that YM. Beautiful. NQ's now on the move, but albeit slower. For you guys that are trading the NQ, there's a move there. Should have took a trade instead of yapping. So it's right up at, what was the previous high today? Previous high today, I think, was right around here. Previous high was 175 or something like that, so it's hit it. If the bulls don't, going back to my midpoint story, if the bulls don't jam this up a little higher to get it closer to make it a run up to overnight high, boy, NQ's really running now. It'll come back to that, watch, it'll come back to that midpoint line I was talking about. Let's look at the NQ. NQ. Where's my NQ? Oh, here it is. No. So many windows open when I start doing all the things. Oh, there it is. As I told you guys, 982 would be the midpoint. NQ could get all the way up there. Absolutely. Oh, well, I wouldn't mind going back to Dallas. I've been to Dallas. I spent a week there once. Loved it. maybe 5 days, but you know what I mean. Went to the big mall there. Is it called the Galleria? We had fun at Dallas. One day we may meet, Greg. Share some YM stories, war stories. I like that you know, you trade. It's great to finally a fellow traveler that just trades the same thing, the YM. I know we've got a few in here now. Amelia's become quite the convert. Oh, you live near the Galleria. Okay, yeah, I remember that mall. That's a big mall. Yeah. So what are you saying? We got to get back over 241. Yeah, 241. If it gets up as high as 241, I was just saying, if the Bulls got to force this up a little higher, or the Bears will get hold of it and they'll bring it back down to that. I'm telling you, they'll run it back down to that midpoint for like a quintuple bottom. But yeah, I didn't actually say a number, but previous high during the night there, like not the high of the night, the overnight, but the previous high before the open was 234. So Greg's that's a pretty good astute call. If it gets above 241, then the bulls can get some more wind in the sails, and they'll then get to the point where it's so close to overnight high, the market will go, we got to go touch that. These numbers, that midpoint thing I'm telling you guys about, and overnight high and overnight low, they're think of the market as a 2-year-old and you're telling it not to touch a hot stove. Of course it's going to touch the hot stove. It's a hot stove toucher. You're a musician by trade, Greg. Oh, I'm glad I mentioned the gallery. I was going to mention the other staples that are down there. The It's called Dallas's nightclub area. It's called the West End, I think. Is it called the West End, Greg? And then there's of course, there's a JFK. You have to go there to the Elm Street Schoolbook Depository. I went to South Fork. I drove out there. Oh, Amelia was in Houston last July. Short flight down from. Finish the sentence, Amelia. Never gonna give up. It's gonna get done one day. Gonna be the big reveal. Oh wow, that's fantastic, Greg. Interesting. That is really interesting. Yeah, I've been to Texas 2, 3 times. I really like San Antonio, and I've been to Houston twice. Actually, I've been to Texas about 4 times. Yeah, I've been to Houston. Um, Kind of a sprawl there, and just as they say, just a big sprawly city. Some nice areas. I was in starts with a W. I don't remember it now, but anyway, can't remember it. Water something. And San Antonio, I really liked. Well, YM, MYM, micros, MYM, YM, same thing to me. I don't care if someone trades the micro compared to the big guy. It's all the same. In one city I've never been to is Austin. Teo chimes in. Yeah, San Antonio's cool. The Riverwalk, the Alamo.
Sorry about that. I'm here. Sorry about that, guys.
Okay.
All the way from the computer and the sound shut off. Sorry about that.
I wonder where your son does that. We go. It's too bad. I was sharing more secret sauce. Oh, I'm in a trade right now. Come on, take that. I'm taking it one off right here, and it's one tick away from where I want to go out. Oh, you bums. Back to stop. Okay, Ox, I guess that's it.
All right.
You there?
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
Hello.
you.
Okay.
Yeah, we're back. You can send us out. We've already, everyone's pretty much, we typed in for everyone to call it a day.
All right. Well, I thank everyone for joining me, joining us. We'll be back tomorrow for some great trading action, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. We shall see you then. Bye.